Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you to County Court at Law Number 2. My name is Judge Terrence Holmes. I'm the presiding judge here in County Court at Law Number 2. This morning, we have three dockets. We have our jury trial docket, our pretrial conference docket, and the announcement docket. When I call your name, would you please come forward with your attorney? Court is in session and cause number M333181. Case is style of State of Texas versus Luis Fabian Salazar. Salazar, would you please come forward? Mr. Salazar, your full name is Luis Fabian Salazar?
Yes.
How are you doing, Mr. Salazar?
Great.
That's good. Mr. Salazar, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney James Macon. Attorney Macon, how are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you for asking. And you?
I'm doing fine. And the state is represented in this case by Attorney Eric Porter. Attorney Porter, how are you doing?
I'm very happy.
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Macon, what is your announcement in Mr. Salazar's
He's going
case?
to be a plea, Your Honor.
Oh, it's gonna be a plea? Okay. Y'all could have a seat. I'll just,
If they can just give us another day, not today.
it's a plea in a future day.
Getting a trial in Judge Stevens' court. That's information.
Okay, this is on page 4 of the announcement docket. Luis Fabian Salazar. Okay, this case will be reset for plea on July 15, 2024. Mr. Salazar, your attorney will be given a copy of your reset. Once you get your copy of your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day. You're welcome. Mr. Macon, is this your last case? Your only case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're free to go as well. You have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Okay, court is in session in 2 cases. Cause numbers 23-CCCR 0526 and cause number 23-CCCR 0527. Both cases are style of State of Texas versus Robert McClellan. Mr. McClellan, your full name is Robert McClellan.
Yes,
How are you doing, Mr. McClellan?
pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Ms. McClellan, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney John Macy. Attorney Macy, how are you doing?
I'm fine, Your Honor.
You're welcome. And the state is represented in this case by Attorney Andrew Hubel. Attorney Hubel, how are you doing?
You want to judge yourself?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Hubel, I have before me a motion to dismiss. You're dismissing Mr. McClellan's case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. McClellan, the state has filed a motion to dismiss these cases. I'm signing the motion to dismiss. Once I finish signing the motion to dismiss, your attorney will get a copy of these motions from the court coordinator. Once he gets a copy of the motions from the court coordinator and give you a copy, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm just signing the first one, I'm signing the second one. Okay, Mr. Macy, you can get a copy of these motions. Well, copy of the motion to dismiss from the court coordinator.
Thank you.
Once you get a copy, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you have a blessed day as well, Mr. McClellan.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You're fine. No, he's there.
I just seen it, whole five.
Next case is cause number M 332 563, case is filed in the state of Texas versus Richard Joseph Moe. Mr. Moe, would you please come forward?
You're gonna refile that, that's gonna be completed.
Yes,
Oh.
it's currently being processed upstairs.
Oh, it is? Okay. Mr. Moe, you can have a seat. We'll call you back up. Yeah, I have some, no, I was looking for this here tape. Actually, this is your tape.
Yes, ma'am. You know what? Can you see it?
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's what it says, but it's a DWI second, so there's an interlock,
Anyway.
the condition anyway. On it. I didn't like that, so it must have been a problem. Not my handwriting.
There's okay, next three cases on cause number 23 CCCR 0716, cause number 23 CCCR 0717, and cause number 23 CCCR 0718. All three cases are styled the state of Texas versus Servion Xavier Abdullah.
Yeah. It's just this.
You want me to hold on it? Okay. You want me to hold on this case?
If you don't mind, let me give me a chance.
Talk to the prosecutor? Okay, just have a seat, Mr. Abdullah. Oh, he's in jail.
Yes.
Morning.
One of them is gonna be just a reset. We're waiting on, availability to pay the JP. It's a reduction charge on Gross.
Gross,
Yes, sir.
where is Mr. Gross? Colin Gross?
And, Ms. Porter. did more time.
Put your hat right there on the table first. Thank you.
So we're just gonna request just a brief reset.
Hold on.
And time will go through it. That's all.
So this is gonna be a JP reduction,
It is.
It is just.
JP reduction. When is that being paid?
You paid today, right? Yeah. Yeah. He didn't get out of work in time Friday to go get it done, so he's gonna go today and then he'll provide, everything by this afternoon.
What?
He's gotta go to JP2 with Judge Guillory.
Oh, that's in Port Arthur.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. No, we just do it today, get it out of the way. You don't need it. Yeah, we'll, give him the 4 o'clock.
And I say, if you don't want to, I can release him now to go do it.
Yeah, he can go do it now.
I just didn't want to tell him to go without asking.
No, he can go do it now and then,
Just bring the receipt back to me.
yeah, if you're gonna be here,
Yes, I got 2 other.
because they're gonna have to bring the receipt upstairs to the DA's office. If we still here, you could just give it to her, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I'll make sure it's done by 4 o'clock today.
okay.
Well, thank you, Judge.
Okay.
So you're free to go with her.
JP, yeah. There's gonna be a JP reduction. Miss, Mr. Mitchell, what are you doing on Pratt?
It's gonna be a JP reduction as well, Your Honor.
Okay, Michael, Richard Stephen Pratt,
Yes.
The door is locked. Sir. It's
Yeah, go
locked.
around.
Richard Stephen Pratt, please come forward.
Ms. Porter does have the receipt for him already that was paid to,
Oh, this one was already paid?
yes, sir. She just got to file it.
Dismissal? Oh, I already have it here.
Trying to rush you.
Now, this is cause number M332093. Case is filed in the state of Texas versus Richard Stephen Pratt. Mr. Pratt, is that your full name? How are you doing, Mr. Pratt? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Mr. Pratt. You're representing your case by Attorney Brennan Mitchell. Attorney Mitchell, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Judge. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. And Ms. Porter, I have before me a motion to dismiss. Is that correct?
It is.
Mr. Pratt, state has filed a motion to dismiss your case. I'm signing this motion to dismiss. Your attorney will receive a copy of this motion to dismiss and order from our court coordinator. Once he gets a copy of this motion and order, give it to you. You're free to go and you have a blessed day. Please stand in front of the court coordinator.
Thank you, Judge.
You are.
Then on, Mr. Perez Mendoza, we're just waiting on paperwork to get it. I'm
Jefferson County Court at Law number 2 is back in session. Court is in session in 2 cases. First case is cause number M333174. Second case is cause number 23CCCR2147. Both cases are styled state of Texas versus Rory Bernard Parker.
Hold on. Where you want me?
Oh.
Judge, I'm sorry.
Y'all disposing of it today?
We're gonna, play today, Judge. I'm just trying to locate a tab.
Okay, all right, I'll hold on it.
Good to see you, dude.
Then nice seeing you. Jefferson County Court, Law number 2 is back in session. The court is in session. And cause number M329850. Case is style of State of Texas versus Joseph Ruben Benitez Gomez. Mr. Benitez Gomez, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Benitez Gomez, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Benitez Gomez? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Mr. Benitez Gomez. You're representing your case by your attorney, Attorney James Paget. Attorney Paget, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning to you. And Mr. Paget, do you waive a record in Mr. Benitez Gomez's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Benitez Gomez, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information is cause number M329850. In this information that was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office, it alleges that you, Joseph Ruben Benitez Gomez, on or about October 17th of 2020, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed to Class B misdemeanor offense of possession of marijuana. Mr. Benitez Gomez, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Mr. Benitez Gomez, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No comment.
Are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading no contest you do not wish to fight or contest the charges? Mr. Benitez Gomez, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishment. It is also labeled as State's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
This document, as I mentioned earlier, is also labeled as State's Exhibit number 1. On page 2 of this document, there are a set of initials, JR, on a line. Okay, he just put his, he must have put Joseph Ruben. You just put JR for Joseph Ruben? It's supposed to be Joseph.
Yeah.
Joseph
Are
Ruben.
these your official initials you use all your life?
Yeah.
Do you don't initial beneath, just initial BG, B-G, that's Benitez Gomez. That's your last
Did
name,
you
is
ever
it?
use?
I always use JR.
All the time? Every time?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Didn't he use the ones that he?
Yeah, just put BG on it.
I know, but he never uses BG. He's never
Okay,
used.
well, that's his initials.
No, his
that-
initials are, okay. we'll
His
do that.
initials of, his signature may be different. But his
Put what the
initials,
judge wants you to put.
okay.
BG works?
Now, are these your initials?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
On the next document that's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
At the top of this document, there's one box that's checked. The box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Mr. Benitez Gomez, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Is this your signature on the line that's
Yes,
titled
sir.
defendant? Mr. Benitez Gomez, before you sign and initial these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything that your attorney went over?
Yes, sir.
Is everything in these documents true and correct to
Yes,
the
sir.
best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Benitez Gomez, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
Stay up for stage 1.
No objections to stage 1.
No objection. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Paget, you advise and counsel Mr. Benitez Gomez, is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None, Your Honor.
And Mr. Benitez Gomez, your attorney, Mr. Paget has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Benitez Gomez, I will Accept your plea of no contest, I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
The agreement is for a plea of guilty or no contest. The state has offered 6 months deferred with a $200 fine and 24 hours community service.
That is our understanding, Your Honor.
Okay. Hmm,
For the plea of this,
okay. For the drug case? Okay. What is this court cost? Okay, Mr. Benitez Gomez, I have before me uh, the state's offer. The state is offering that you serve 6 months deferred adjudicated probation. During this 6-month probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $200. You'll be required to pay probation fee, a court cost of $397. You'll also be required to pay a crime lab fee of $100. You'll be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, a urinalysis fee of $15 a month, and a reimbursement fee of $15. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you'll be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $232 a month. Are you able to pay the $232 each month?
Yes, sir.
You will also be required to perform 24 hours of community service and adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of this probation. Mr. Benitez Gomez, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Benitez Gomez, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Now, Mr. Benitez Gomez, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed and it would not result in a conviction on your record. You may qualify for non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters. Now, what are we doing with the second case?
The other case, the case is dismissal for forfeiture, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Mr. Benitez Gomez, we'll move on to your next case. Your next case is cause number M3298552. The case is styled the state of Texas versus Joseph Ruben Benitez Gomez. And Mr. Gomez, I have before me a document that is titled Motion to Forfeit the Weapon in that case to the Nederland Police Department. Mr. Gomez, are you familiar with this document? And is this your signature on the document?
Yes.
On the line that's titled Defendant. Mr. Gomez, before you sign this document, did your attorney go over this document with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in this document?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in this document true and correct
Yes,
to
sir.
the best of your knowledge? And Mr. Gomez, you want the court to grant this motion to forfeit the weapon to the to the Nederland Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Gomez, I've signed in the dismissal, the motion to forfeit. State, you have an additional motion?
Working on it.
Oh, you working on, okay. The case is working on a dismissal on this case. Case is going to be dismissed for forfeiture of the weapon in this case, okay? Now, Mr. Benitez Gomez, you can stand with your attorney in front of the court coordinator, follow her direction. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day.
Thank you.
No problem. That's that one. That's for the next case. He's gonna dismiss it. Next case is cause number 23CC 0725, case of style of state of Texas versus Tommy Jean Clark. Mr. Clark, would you please come forward? Mr. Clark, your full name is Tommy Jean Clark. How are you doing, Mr. Clark?
Little stress.
No stress. Okay, I hope that your stress will be reduced once we leave here. Now, Mr. Clark, you're represented in your case by your attorney Ryan Gertz. Attorney Gertz, how are you doing?
I'm good, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Gertz, what is your announcement in Mr. Clark's case?
Judge, I think we need to talk with the state about this a little further, but we've got, we provided them a couple of different affidavits for non-prosecution. And so we are hopeful for a dismissal in the matter, but may we have maybe a 60-day resetting to sort of roll that out with them? So we're not doing it to them.
Okay, give us a 60-day reset.
Including.
Hold on a minute.
Yes.
This is Clark, Tommy Jean Clark on page 1 of the announcement document.
Okay, it's gonna be July 17th.
Is that enough time?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, it'll be reset to July 17th, 2023. Give your attorney a little bit more time to negotiate with the district attorney's office. Now, Mr. Clark, your attorney is going to get you reset. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. And I'm sure that relieves some of the stress.
It is what it is.
Yeah, all right.
Which one?
1370?
Yes.
Okay. I just sent it to you. Oh. Next case is cause number 23CCR 1926. Case is style of state of Texas versus Gregory Wayne Edwards III. Mr. Edwards, your full name is Gregory Wayne Edwards III?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Edwards? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Edwards, you're representing your case by your attorney Tom Kelly. Mr. Kelly, how are you doing?
Doing well, Judge, thank you.
And Mr. Kelly, what is your announcement in Mr. Edwards' case?
Judge, I don't have the exact date from drug court, but we've been given a 60-day reset.
60 days. Okay, give us a reset date. He's on the announcement document. He's right under Gertz, page 2. Okay, this case will be reset to July 17th, 2024. Mr. Edwards, your attorney's going to get you reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
So you too.
All right,
Thank you.
all right. Is you got what about the felon? You don't want it set on the same day that you felon? Like today, set.
Judge, forgive me, maybe I misspoke. they gave us a 60-day reset, just generally, but they didn't give me the date. I'll have the date later this week.
What do you want me to, let me.
We'll just hold all of
Put
it,
on
and then we'll put it on the agenda. Okay,
Thank you.
okay, y'all free to go.
Oh.
Now, Mr. Dowden, what are we doing on yours?
I'm supposed to, Judge. Mr. Parker's here. He's got two cases. I represent, shall I have him come up, Judge?
Yes,
Mr. Parker, if you come on up, please. I've got him in one case, Judge, and he's attempting to hire an attorney in the other case, and I understand that he's spoken with Mr. Dustin Galmore. We're here on an announcement docket. If we could reset him one more time for my case to be disposed of with a plea, and then that'll give him some time to get with Mr. Galmore and retain him in the other case. Is that a fair statement? This is where we're at. But we could just reset mine for a
Okay.
plea, Judge.
reset it yours for a plea?
Yes. sir.
Okay. Let's reset, M 333-174 for a plea.
Okay.
30 days.
Standard reset,
Yes, sir. Whatever the court will allow us, we appreciate it.
yeah.
June 10th.
June 10th,
Yes, sir.
Judge, honestly, I think I'm gonna be with the grandson in Cooperstown, New York. I'm
Okay,
going
so you got a
to
vacation, okay.
baseball. Yes, sir.
Just, what, if you, so how long you gonna be, is it gonna be after that?
And next one after that, if it's,
What's after that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No, that's not a problem.
Pretty
June
sure.
17th.
What about the 17th?
June 17th.
That's good? Just do it
I
later.
think we're 10 days.
Just do it out, do it,
Go to July.
okay.
I'm sorry. Thank you for accommodating me, Judge.
We'll do July 15th.
Yes, ma'am, I will, I promise.
Okay.
July 15th, will you do that? Yes, sir.
July 15th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, what I'm doing with the other one.
Oh, he's not, he reset the hire.
Then I can put it on the same day. Or would you want me to do?
I guess you could.
No, it gives plenty of time to talk.
Let's reset the hire.
I think he's already had some initial discussions with Mr. Gilmore.
Okay,
I put them on. Did you get your stuff?
okay, you're gonna get one reset from you're gonna get one reset from Mr. Dowden. And then she's gonna give you the other reset, the one that you said, I think you talked to Galmore.
Yes,
But both cases are gonna be on the same day.
yes, sir.
All right, can I stand over there and get your reset?
Thank you, Judge.
And nice seeing you.
Good to see
You have a blessed day.
you.
Good.
And you have a blessed day as well, Mr. Parker. Who you said? On Benitez?
And I sent you Mr. Pageant.
Okay, is Benitez still here?
He is not.
Okay, so his attorney, okay. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna sign this out, I'm signing
Yes,
this.
Your Honor. I told him he's headed over to probation and he's gonna come by my office.
Okay.
And
Okay.
he'll pick his dismissal
Okay,
up. I just wanted to get to probation before it got too late.
okay. Okay, McCown. This is McCown's. What are we doing on McCown? He has two cases.
Thank you.
Which one? Yeah.
Okay.
It has, show that clerk has it. Jefferson County Court at Law number 2 is back in session. The court is in session. Two cases. Both cases are styled State of Texas versus Daniel Edward McCown. Mr. McCown, would you please come forward?
All right, we'll try this one more time.
Okay, Mr. McCown, would you please raise your right hand? You swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Mr. McCown, your full name is Daniel Edward McCown?
yes, sir.
Okay, you may put your hand down. Mr. McCown, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Terrence. Attorney Padgett, do you waive a record in Mr. McCown's cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McCown, I have before me in cause number 23CCCR 1370, a document that is titled Information Sheet. This information sheet was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information sheet, Mr. McCown,
Judge, on the first page of the misdemeanor plea agreement, for 1370, we may need to make a change to section because of the change in the plea.
okay, my computer, okay. Hold on a minute.
You crash on us?
It did, but I got it. It came back
Look at you.
miraculously.
Recovery.
Yeah, it recovered. Let me see, you said on the first page? Here you go.
I think I changed it, but did I change it?
No, he did. I didn't, he did not. It's.
No, he thought
I
it
changed it.
changed.
Miss Redmond caught it. On the truth. I
Oh,
can't
y'all was supposed to
take- I
put.
can't take credit for that.
Okay, where's the? Okay. Is this a second?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you gotta. It's this one right here. Erase that, it's this one right here, when it's a second. It has DWI a second on it.
It doesn't change it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Put that in there.
Yeah, I think
No,
it loosened up over time.
I understand.
Okay, Mr. McCown, I have before me a document that is titled Information Sheet. This information sheet was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information sheet, it alleges that you, Daniel Edward McCown, on or about April 28 of 2023, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, operating a motor vehicle in a public place, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Second, this information further alleges that prior to the commission of this offense on March 28 of 2013 in cause number 294360 in the county court at law number 2 of Jefferson County, Texas, that you were convicted of the offense relating to the operating of a motor vehicle while intoxicated. Do you understand what you have been charged with? It's saying that you had a prior DWI back in
Prior, yes.
March 28 of 2023. I mean, excuse me, March 28, 2013.
13, yeah.
It was 13, yes, sir.
Now, is that true or not true?
That's true.
Okay. Now, to the charge of driving while intoxicated, second, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? No contest? Now, are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily? Is somebody forcing you to?
Yes, yeah, I'm sorry, yes. Free,
You freely and voluntary?
yes.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges?
Yes.
That's what no contest means. No
Oh,
contest
yes, I'm
means you,
sorry. Sorry,
Do you want to fight or contest the charges, or do you want to accept the state's offer?
I want to, yeah.
Well, you're pleading no contest.
Yes, sir.
So
Yeah.
do you want to contest it, or do you want to accept it?
Contested.
contested means that you wanna,
Oh, I'm
you
sorry.
plead not guilty.
Do you want to plead not guilty, or do you want to plead no contest?
Yeah.
Well, yes.
Yes.
He's getting confused on
I'm
contested
sorry.
versus.
Okay, just relax.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you pleading, no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
I'm asking that again. And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges? That's what no contest means. All right. Now, also, I have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor plea admonishment. It's also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Now, there's one box that's checked with some initials. And the box that's checked states that this is a Class A misdemeanor. The range of punishment for a DWI second Class A misdemeanor is minimum or confinement in the county jail for at least 30 days and not to exceed 1 year, a fine not to exceed $4,000, or you could be given both such fine and confinement. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And conviction resulting in community supervision, which is probation, requires at least 72 hours, continuous hours, or 5 days in the jail. Do you understand that? All right. Now, on page 2 of the same document, there's a signature on a line next to a box that's checked nolo contendere, which means no contest. Is that your signature? On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes.
On the next document that's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled
Yes,
defendant? At the top of this document, there's one box that's checked. The box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Uh-oh, he didn't sign this one.
This is the discussion information.
Yes.
Okay, now, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McCown, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you read and understand everything that he went over? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Mr. McCown, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit Number 1. State, would you like to offer State's Exhibit Number 1 in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
No objection. State's Exhibit Number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Paget, you've advised and counseled Mr. McCown, is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None, Your Honor.
And Mr. McCown, your attorney, Mr. Paget, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided fully effective and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McCown, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
The agreement on this case for a plea of guilty or no contest, the state has offered 120 days probate over 15 months with a $750 fine, 60 hours community service, the installation of an airlock device, DWI second standard conditions, and this will work concurrent with the next case.
Okay, you got 72 hours in jail too, right?
Yes, that'd be one of the standard conditions of the second, but I don't know.
Oh,
if
the
we
second
chose a
case,
date.
this is a,
Yes, we did.
it's the DWI second, this is a DWI second. What's the
Date?
second case? The second case is a gun
UC
case.
UCW.
Unlawful carrying of a weapon.
Yeah, so the 72 hours has to be has to be part of this case. It's the DWI case.
Correct.
Okay, 72 hours. And I see here it says that, the jail time is to start on May 7th of 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct. If it's acceptable to the court, Your Honor.
Okay,
He's off work and trying to work it around his custody with the child and his shift that he's working.
okay. Let me see, can I lie?
Yes.
That's the DWI intervention. Yeah, intervention. $100. 750. What is this book cost? $392.
Sure.
Before.
50 something. 100.
Yes. Yes. Specifically. Just take straight out. Left on coverage.
Okay. Mr. McCown, the state is offering that you serve 120 days in the Jefferson County Jail, but this 120 days will be probated for a period of 15 months. During the 15-month probationary period, you'll be required to pay a DPS fine of $100. You'll be required to pay a standard fine, $750. You'll be required to pay a probation, to pay court costs of $392. You'll be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, a year analysis fee of $15 a month, and a reimbursement fee of $15. Your total monthly installments, that is a total amount that you'll be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $170 a month.
Yes.
Will you be able to pay the $170 a month? You'll also be required to pay Jefferson County DWI initial evaluation and DWI fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50.
Yes.
Now, you will also be required to perform 60 hours of community service. You'll be required to install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate.
It's okay.
You'll be required to attend and complete the DWI intervention course. You'll also be required to have an alcohol assessment, and you'll be required to serve 72 hours upfront in the Jefferson County Jail beginning May 7th of 2024 at or before 6 p.m. And you will also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and condition of this probation. Mr. McCown, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McCown, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. McCown, we will move to your next case.
No.
And your next case is cause number 23CCCR 1371. And in this case, Mr. McCown, I have a document that was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. And in this document, Mr. McCown, it alleges that you, Daniel Edward McCown, on or about April 28th of 2023, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed a Class A misdemeanor offense of unlawfully carrying a weapon. Mr. McCown, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Mr. McCown, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, no contest?
No contest, sir.
Are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McCown, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishment. This document is also labeled as State's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of the same document, there's a set of initials on a line next to the box that's check no contingent. Did you place your initials on this document? And on the 3rd page of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document that's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? At the top of this document, there's one box that's checked. The box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that? I also have a document.
That should have been with the.
It was the other one. Let me see that discovery certification again. Pass that back to me. And there's 2 numbers. Okay. Okay. Mr. McCown, I also have a document that's titled discovery certification. Recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yeah.
Mr. McCown, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, would you like to offer State's Exhibit number 1 in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
No objections. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Again, Mr. Patrick, you advising counsel, Mr. McCown, is there any evidence that he's currently mentally incompetent in this
No,
case?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. McCown, your attorney, Mr. Paget, as advising counsel, are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McCown, I will accept your plea no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waiver were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
This case running concurrent with the previous case. The offer is 90 days probated for 1 year with a $250 fine and 40 hours community service.
What's the, let's see, 277 is court cost in this one. And we have 250.
This is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
He gets the.
She gonna have to do a stump.
I know. He gets the.
Oh, no, you can't.
You can't do it, Sprint.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna come up and do it. And get them to sign off that one.
Okay, let's see. You said that's 277
Yes.
is the 277.
Sabrina?
Yes,
That's 527.
that's what it appears.
Okay. What's the name?
Oh.
They're gonna be- they just leave it up to the-
No, we filed this reckless driving. Dismissed it, it's kept to the outcome of the law.
Divided by 11.
The one with- I mean,
That's the one causing no consumption. Hang on. Is that all you need?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now, Mr. McCown, the state is offering that you serve 90 days in the Jefferson County Jail. You will not be required to serve 90 days in Jefferson County Jail because you'll be on probation for 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $250 plus court costs of $277. You'll also be required to pay a reimbursement fee of $15. You won't be required to pay the probation fee and the urinalysis fee because you're already paying that in the previous case. It's going to be running concurrent with this case.
Yes.
All right. So your total monthly installments in this case is $49 a month. Will you be able to pay the $49 each month? All right. Now, you'll also be required to perform 40 hours of community service and adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of probation. In this case, will run concurrent with cause number 23 CCCR 1370. Mr. McCown, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. McCown, I'll follow the plea bargain agreements that you have entered into with the state. Mr. McCown, this will conclude your case. You're going to stand in front of the court coordinator, follow the directions of the bailiff. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day. Thank you. You're welcome.
Community service, right, on Mendoza.
Mayor, please, Judge. I'm just gonna give you an answer to your question already.
On Smith?
Yes. Mr. Smith is over in, drug court, and so I've been talking with the prosecution for him, but they've made an offer that Bruce needs to go over with the client. And so, we're doing an agreed reset for maybe 2 weeks. Give him a chance to
Okay.
meet with him in person.
Okay. Okay, Dario Hardaway? Mr. Hardaway, your full name is Darius Santiangelo Hardaway? Mr. Hardaway, how are you doing? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Hardaway, you're represented in your two cases, cause number M329814 and cause number M329816. You're represented by Attorney Bruce Smith. Attorney Bruce Smith is not here, however, standing in for Attorney Smith is Attorney Brennan Mitchell. Does Attorney Mitchell have your permission to stand in for Mr. Smith? Mr. Mitchell, what is your announcement in Mr. Hardaway's cases?
On behalf of Mr. Smith, I'm asking for a 2-week reset, Your Honor, to go over the, offer that's been made by the state.
Okay, give us a 2-week reset. It's on the pretrial conference docket, page 3. Both cases. 2-week reset. April 20th. 2-week reset.
Oh, April 13th.
April 13th, you going back?
What's the name?
It's the next month. It's April 29th.
I'm sorry. It's May. I'm
Okay,
looking at the calendar.
okay, you saying May
13th.
13th? Okay, okay. Both of these cases will be reset to May 13th. Mr. Brennan Mitchell will get your recess. Once you get your recess from Mr. Mitchell, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
I'm assuming that'll be on the 9 o'clock, Dr. Judge?
Yes, all of them at that.
I got one in yours. Rudy.
Dutchess County Court at law number 2 is back in session. The court is in session and calls number 24 CCCR 0358. Case is styled in the state of Texas versus Juan Pablo Patino Moreno. Mr. Patino Moreno, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how are you doing?
Good, and yourself?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. We have bond conditions in this case? See what I got. Patino Moreno. It's on the announcement document on page 5. This is on the, what's the announcement document? Patino Moreno. You're not, Richmond knows bond conditions.
He's gonna put some conditions, bond conditions on the case, right? And so he's writing it up and he's going to explain it to you, okay? These are standard conditions in his court that he puts on every bond in the case of this, okay? So there's nothing unusual, nothing.
Okay, Mr. Patino Moreno, I have a document before me. I'll let him look at that document. Mr. Patino Moreno, the document that you have before you is titled Standard Bond Conditions in County Court at Law number 2. Do you see that document? I'm going to go over this document with you, and it reads as follows. Following return of a criminal information in County Court at Law number 2 of Jefferson County, Texas, all bail bonds executed for release of any defendant named herein are ordered subject to the additional conditions. Number 1, the defendant shall commit no offense against the laws of this state, any other state, or of the United States. Do you understand that condition? Condition number 2, the defendant shall submit to testing for drugs and alcohol at any time as directed by the court. The court may revoke the bond and order the arrest of any defendant who A, refuses to submit to test for drugs and alcohol when directed to do so by the court, or B, submit to a test for drugs and alcohol, and the test indicates the presence of drugs or alcohol in the defendant's body. Do you understand that condition? Now, condition number 3 does not apply. Condition number 4 does apply because the offense that you have is listed under section 49.04 through 49.06 of the Texas Penal Code. And condition number 4 reads as follows. A defendant whose information charges any subsequent offense listed under section 49.04 through 49.06 of the Texas Penal Code shall not operate any motor vehicle unless the vehicle is equipped with an interlock device mechanism that makes impractical the operation of the vehicle if ethyl alcohol is detected on the breath of the operator. And said device shall be installed at the defendant's expense with written verification of such installation being submitted to the court on or before 3 days after today. You understand that condition? And condition number 5, the defendant shall obtain, maintain, pay for, and have no violations with the interlock, with the initial interlock device, mobile breath device. Any violations will be grounds for revocation of your bond. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And condition number 6 is defendant must attend AANA 3 times a week and provide proof to the court. Do you understand that condition?
Sir.
Okay, and I have schedules of AANA meetings in Jefferson County, Jefferson and surrounding counties. And I also have a sign-in sheet. Mr. Patrick. Now, I have given your attorney a copy of the sign-in sheet. You'll bring that sign-in sheet with you every time you go to AANA, and a sponsor will sign it. And then when you come back to court for your next court date, you'll bring that with you so that we can verify that you have attended AANA meetings. Do you understand? All right, and there's also a list of places that you can go to. And I'm gonna need that, his bond conditions back. She's gonna make a copy for him. And before you leave, you will get a copy of those bond conditions.
Thank you.
Okay, your case is going to be reset.
Yes, Your Honor. He will be accepting the state's offer. It's a DWI second, so 72 hours is a condition of the probation. He's going to need to make arrangements with work. Works about 60 hours a week right now.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to arrange where he can go for 72 hours off if it pleases the court.
Okay,
I've asked the prosecutor and he didn't seem to be opposed to it. No.
okay,
It's our first appearance on the case, so
Okay.
we're moving rather quickly.
okay. So your case is going to be reset. Your attorney is gonna get you reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Yeah, just hang on for a minute. She's making copies of the bond conditions. Yeah, you can just wait in the hallway and I'll be right out.
Okay, that's Mr.
I'm having excused, Your Honor.
Yes, that was your last case, yes. You're excused and you have a
Thank you
blessed
very
day.
much.
Okay,
No, y'all are very much appreciated. Bye-bye.
next case,
No, you don't need to.
24.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, he's here. Ms. Araji. Next case is next two cases are cause number M330342 and cause number 24CCCR 1102. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Macario Perez Mendoza. Okay, Mr. Mendoza speaks Spanish. He may speak some English. We have our translator, Ms. Jennifer Araji. Ms. Araji, would you please raise your right hand? You swear to interpret English to Spanish and Spanish to English to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I can ask him if his full name is Macario Perez Mendoza.
Yes.
Okay. Ask Mr. Perez Mendoza to raise his right hand. Mr. Macario Perez Mendoza, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? You may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Perez Mendoza? Good? That's good. And Ms. Araji, how are you doing?
I'm good, Judge, and yourself?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. And Mr. Mitchell, how are you doing?
Doing great, Judge. How about yourself?
I'm doing fine. Now, Mr. Mitchell, do you waive a record in Mr. Perez Mendoza's case?
Yes, Judge.
And Ms. Porter, again, how are you doing?
I'm good right now.
Mr. Perez Mendoza. Okay, let me get this all information.
Yeah, nothing. I'm in good time.
Okay, Mr. Perez Mendoza. In cause number 24 CCCR 1102. I have before me an information. Okay, in this information, it alleges that on or about, what's that? I had a paragraph in here. Statute of limitations is one.
What's that, Judge?
Statute of limitations has run. This case was originally occurred June 14 of 2021. They just filed it today. Hold on a minute. He could do a forfeiture. Hold on a minute. They could have put that paragraph in there, but they didn't. Language I gotta put in here. Maybe it's here, okay. I think that's the Hyman's. Here we go. Case. Okay. Okay. They could.
On the tab. Right. Okay. I'm working on snakes.
It's like, is there, I can have it paid later if you want to do that, bro.
Really don't.
I know,
But I will if I have to.
and I get it with the facts, I understand that, so.
Yeah.
Small with the electronic images.
I'm squeezing in.
You wouldn't be able to read nothing. I wrote that song. Would it be easier for the court if we reset it for a week or so for her to refile it?
I mean, I could do, see, I could do, you're doing a forfeiture
Yes, sir.
of his limitation defense. So as a case,
Right.
actually, that's out of this court. It's the Hyman,
No, this court
ex
is not.
parte Hyman. Yeah, it's a case that Judge Flores had
I
in
got you.
2015. Defense to the charge. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, here we go. Okay,
You ready?
yeah, we're back in session. Okay, I have before me a document that is titled information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, it alleges that on or about June 21st of 2021, that you was charged with that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of reckless driving. Do you understand what you have been charged with? And to this charge, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? No, look, it's interesting.
No contest.
Okay, so he's pleading no contest? Now, ask him, are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges?
Yes.
Now, I also have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor plea admonishments. Actually, if he recognized this document. He need to get a little closer. Okay,
Yes.
keep that document before him and go to the next page. On the next page, there are a set of initials on a line that's titled no contingent, which means no contest. Did you place your initials there?
Yes.
Okay, on the next page,
Do you need to go over that
Yeah.
paragraph first?
no,
Okay. Page 4.
there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes.
Okay, go to the next page.
Okay, we're there.
That document is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal. Ask him if he recognized that document. Is that his signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes.
Now, at the top of that document, there are two, how many boxes checked? Two. There are two boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes.
Okay, the second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Second document on paper is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize that document? Is that his signature on the
Yes.
bottom? That's his signature? What he's looking at, his address?
Oh, he said that he needs to put Mendoza at the end.
Okay,
Okay.
So the put
For your purposes, Judge, I can spell that up and do all this.
You want to see the certificate complete?
okay. Now, Mr. Mendoza, before you sign and initiate these documents, did someone go over these documents with you in Spanish?
Yes.
And I think that was his daughter that went over the documents with him.
That's what I asked him.
And he said it was his daughter, okay. Now, did you understand everything in these documents that they went over?
Yes.
Is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And are you a citizen of the United States? Yes.
Yes.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, would you like to offer State's Exhibit number 1 in evidence?
Yes, Judge.
No objection, Judge.
No objection, State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Mitchell, you've advised and counseled Mr. Perez Mendoza. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor, I went over it with his daughter and with him. And we both feel confident that he is mentally competent to stand trial.
Okay. Mr. Perez Mendoza, your attorney, Mr. Mitchell, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his services?
Yes.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Perez Mendoza, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. Oh, and Mr. Perez Mendoza, before we do that, in this document, State's Exhibit number 1, there's a paragraph that's titled Statute of Limitations Defense. Okay, and I'm gonna read this document to you, this paragraph to you. Okay, now it reads, comes now defendant, adjourned by my attorney, I understand that I have a statute of limitations defense, and I hereby forfeit my limitations defense to this charge as part of the plea agreement. And Mr., if you want to explain it to me, can you? Okay, do you understand? Okay. Now, Mr. Perez Mendoza, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I forgot I had it in terms. You got all of it? Okay, good. Now, state, do we have a plea bargain agreement? What is the agreement?
In exchange for the defendant's plea of guilty or no contest, the state is offered 6 months deferred, $200 fine plus court costs and dismissal of N330342.
Okay. It's a $200 fine. You got deferred. Okay. What's the court cost? It's on the trial docket, page 2. Actually, it's the reckless driving.
330.
It's 330? Okay. 330. 6 months. Okay. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Okay, Mr. Perez Mendoza. The state is offering that you serve 6 months deferred adjudicated probation. During the 6-month probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $200. Court costs, you'll be required to also pay court costs of $330. You'll be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month. You'll be required to pay a urinalysis fee of $15 a month. You will also be required to pay a restitution fee of $15. What? A restitution fee? There's a $15 urinalysis fee, and there's always a $15. No, it's reimbursement. A reimbursement fee of $15. Tell them it's a reimbursement fee of $15. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you'll be required to pay each month, is $199, or you're able to pay the $199 each month.
Yes.
Okay, the court costs in this case will be, the community service will be waived. He will not have to do community service. And you will be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of this probation. Do you understand the state's offer?
Yes.
And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes.
Okay, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement. Now, we are dismissing cause number M330342, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you'll sign this, Ms. Womack, just so he can take.
I have it right now. Okay, Mr. Perez Mendoza, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state, and I'm signing the dismissal on the other case, on your other case. Okay, Mr. Perez Mendoza, please stand in front of the court coordinator. Follow the directions of the bailiff. Once you follow the directions of the bailiff, you're free to go, and you have a blessed day. And Mr. Mitchell, this is your last case?
I have Mr. Gross came back, he's got his receipt.
Okay. Mr. Gross, I think you're gonna present that to Ms.
Yes, he just went upstairs and had their Ms. Porter's office make a scan of it.
Okay, he got it?
Yeah, he's got it. He has a copy with him.
Okay, so the other thing, Ms. Porter just need to see that to dismiss again.
I gave it to her.
Okay.
Yeah.
She just had to get a scan so she could submit the dismissal.
Okay. I have a dismissal on here from Benitez Gomez. I thought I did it too.
Let me check.
The seventh was not showing it in yellowed out, like it didn't look like it had been submitted, but it may have already been submitted.
Leanne Taylor?
He just resubmitted it.
This is cause number 23 CCCR 0814. The case is style of state of Texas versus Leanne Michelle Taylor. Ms. Taylor, is that your full name?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Taylor, would you please raise your right hand? Ms. Taylor, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Ms. Taylor, you may put your hand out. Ms. Taylor, you have some gum in your mouth? You have to, it's a trash can to the right. Thank you. Ms. Taylor, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Ms. Taylor, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Philip Dowd. Attorney Dowd, how are you doing?
I'm great, Judge. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Ms. Taylor, I have before me, Mr. Dewey, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Judge. And yourself?
I'm doing fine. Now, Ms. Taylor, I have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor. Actually, it's an information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, Ms. Taylor, it alleges that you, Leanne Michelle Taylor, on or about October 10th of 2022, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Ms. Taylor, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes.
And to this charge, Ms. Taylor, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, no contest?
No contest.
Are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges?
Yes.
Ms. Taylor, I also have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor plea admonishments, also labeled as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of this same document, there are a set of initials on a line next to boxes checked no contingent, which means no contest. You place your initials on this document.
Yes, sir.
And on the next document, excuse me, on the same document, the next page, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document, that's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal. You recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes.
At the top of this document, there's one box that's checked. The box that's checked states that this is a plea bargaining case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes.
I also have before me a document that is titled discovery certification. You recognize this document?
Yes.
Is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? Ms. Taylor, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes.
And is everything in these documents true and correct
Yes, sir.
to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, are you a citizen of the United States?
State for State's 1.
Any objections? No objections. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Dowd, you've advised and counseled Ms. Taylor. Is there any evidence that she is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
Not at all, Your Honor.
Ms. Taylor, your attorney, Mr. Dowden, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Taylor, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
For a plea of guilty or no contest, the state has offered 1 year deferred probation with a $400 fine, 40 hours community service, the installation of an interlock device, and DWI standard conditions of probation.
Okay. What's the court cost in this case? What extra cost? $392. Yeah, I have, thanks. Okay. Ms. Taylor, the state is offering that you serve 1 year deferred adjudicated probation. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a DPS fine of $100, standard fine of $400. You'll be required to pay court costs of $392, a probation fee of $60 a month, a urinalysis fee of $15 a month, and a reimbursement fee of $15. You'll also be required to pay Jefferson County DWI education and initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Now, your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month, is $164 a month. Will you be able to pay the $164 a month? You will also be required to perform 40 hours of community service, install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate. You'll be required to attend and complete a DWI education class. You'll be required to have a drug and alcohol assessment, adhere to the other standard terms and condition of probation. And Ms. Taylor, do you have a CDL, commercial driver's license? You don't, okay. Now, Ms. Taylor, do you understand the state's offer? Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes.
Ms. Taylor, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you've entered into with the state. Ms. Taylor, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed. It will not result in conviction on your record, and you may qualify for non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters. Ms. Taylor, this will conclude your case. You're going to stand in front of the court coordinator, follow the directions of the bailiff. Once you finish following the bailiff directions, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm working on Mr. LeBlanc's side.
Sir,
He has three, two pleas.
oh, yes, 3, please.
Yes, well, it's gonna be 2 pleas and a dismissal. Mr. Wilkerson.
You want me to, can I start on this?
Yes, you can.
Mr. Wilkerson is not going to
Yeah,
give us.
yeah. Servion Xavier Abdullah. Mr. Abdullah, your full name is Servion Xavier Abdullah?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Abdullah, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Abdullah, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Mr. Abdullah, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Abdullah? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Abdullah, you're represented in your cases by your attorney, Attorney Todd LeBlanc. Attorney LeBlanc, how are you doing?
Good, good.
And Mr. LeBlanc, do you waive a record in Mr. Abdullah's cases?
We do, Your Honor.
Mr. Abdullah, I have before me a document that is titled Information Sheet. This information sheet was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information sheet, Mr. Abdullah, it alleges that you, Servion Xavier Abdullah, on or about January 31st of 2023, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of evading arrest detention. Mr. Abdullah, do you understand what you have been charged with? And to this charge, Mr. Abdullah, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest? Are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges? Mr. Abdullah, I also have before me on this tablet a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments, also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this document? On page 2 of the same document, there are a set of initials on a line next to a box that's checked nolo contendere, which means no contest. Did you place your initials on this document? I also have before me a document that is, well, also on this document, there's a let me see if that's your signature. Yeah, there's a signature on the line that is titled Defendant. Is this your signature? And on the next document is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal. Do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant? At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have before me a document on paper that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant? Mr. Abdullah, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you? And did you read and understand everything in these documents? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? Mr. Abdullah, are you a citizen of the United States?
Stay up for stage 1.
Any objections? No objections. State's Exhibit Number 1 will be admitted. Mr. LeBlanc, you've advised and counseled Mr. Abdullah. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
And Mr. Abdullah, your attorney, Mr. LeBlanc has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation? Mr. Abdullah, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
The agreement on
Cause number 23CCCR 0716.
Yes, Your Honor. That agreement for a plea of guilty or no contest is to 1 year deferred probation. The fine will be waived on this case to avoid duplication. A fine will be assessed on the next case, 0717, and then 50 community service hours.
Okay. Mr. Abdullah, the state is offering that you serve 1 year deferred adjudicated probation. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required, well, the court will be waiving the court costs, well, not the court costs, but the probation fee. What is this court cost? 277. Okay. Thank you. Now, in this one, he has two cases he's playing on, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Now, are you gonna have 250 in this one and 50 on the next one? Okay.
Yes.
No, but I mean, it's right.
Okay. Yeah, zero. It's wave. Okay, Mr. Abdullah, the state is offering that you serve 1 year deferred adjudicated probation. During the 1 year probationary period, you will not be required to pay a fine because that fine is being waived by the district attorney's office. You will be required to pay court costs of $277. You'll be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, your analysis fee of $15 a month, and a reimbursement fee $15. You'll also be required to reimburse Jefferson County court-appointed attorney's fees of $250. Your total monthly installments, that is a total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $131 a month. Will you be able to pay the $131 a month?
Yes, sir.
You will also be required to perform 50 hours of community service. You will be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of your probation. This case will be running concurrent with cause number 23CCCR 0717. And the state will be dismissing cause number 23CCCR 0718. Mr. Abdullah, do you understand the state's offer? And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Mr. Abdullah, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Abdullah, we'll move on to your next case. Cause number 23CCCR 0717. And in this case, Mr. Abdullah, I have information that was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. And in this information, Mr. Abdullah, it alleges that on or about January 31st of 2023, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of theft. Mr. Abdullah, do you understand what you have been charged with? And to this charge, Mr. Abdullah, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, no contest? Are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges? Mr. Abdullah, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Oops. And Mr. Abdullah, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of the same document, there's a set of initials or a signature on the line next to a box that's checked no contingent, which means no contest. You place your signature on this document. On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document that's titled trial court certification of the defendant's right of appeal, you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. First box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? The second box that's checked states that you are waiving your right to appeal which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? Mr. Abdullah, before you sign and initial these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you? And did you read and understand everything in these documents? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, would you like to offer State's Exhibit number 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections? No objections. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. And Mr. LeBlanc, you've advised and counsel Mr. Abdullah in this case. Is there any evidence that he's currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None that I'm aware of.
And Mr. Abdullah, your attorney, Mr. LeBlanc has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation? Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Abdullah, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
For plea of guilty or no contest, the state has offered 1 year deferred probation with a $600 fine and 50 hours community service. This is to run concurrent with the previous case, and the state is dismissing 0718.
What's the court cost in this case? 277. Okay. Okay, Mr. Abdullah, the state is offering that you serve 1 year deferred probation. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $600. You'll be required to pay court costs of $277. You'll be required to pay a reimbursement fee of $15. And you'll be required to reimburse Jefferson County Court appointed attorney's fees of $50 in this case. You will not be required to pay a probation fee, and you will not be required to pay your analysis fee because the probation will be running concurrent in both these cases. So you'll be paying probation fee and your analysis fee in the first case, not the second case. Now, your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you'll be required to pay each month, is $86. Will you be able to pay the $86 in this case?
Yes, sir.
You will also be required to perform 50 hours of community service. This case will run concurrent with cause number 23CCCR 0716. And the state will be dismissing cause number 23CCCR 0718. Now, Mr. Abdullah, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
You accept the state's offer? And you think that the state's offer is fair and just? For the record, the court is going to find that the evidence is sufficient to find guilty. The court will be following the plea bargain agreement. In this case, Mr. Abdullah, if you successfully complete your probationary periods, those cases will be dismissed, and you will not have a conviction on your record. You may qualify for non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. please stand in front of the court coordinator, follow the directions of the bailiff. Once you finish following directions, bailiff, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Yes, I was just. If you have a change of thing, let's see. I read it to you. I'm getting this back.
My client's here to get his copy
Okay.
of the dismissal. Do you mind if I go? My wife's about to.
That's fine.
For any minute.
That's fine, I can sign it. Yeah, he's still here?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can give it to him. You can. His dismissal should be coming off. That's Mr. Gross, and then Mr. Abdullah's dismissal is coming off too. Did we ever get Mr. Hall's case refiled?
Yes, Your
It's
Honor.
it's on, I have to start it on. Let me just make There's another case. Oh, the dismissal? He has two cases. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm doing this dismissal.
Is that Mr. Gross
Yeah.
dismissal that just came off? Okay. Mr. Gross, once you get the copy, you're free to go and you have a blessed day. You're welcome. We got some, right, Kimbler is not here.
About the motion for continuance on this. Saying Burbank's came in here and got a Burbank's coming back.
What you said, Burbank was here?
He came in. And he had
Oh, I didn't see him.
right about the motion for continuance on this.
Okay, that's Miss Wiltavian Lee Johnson. Wiltavian Lee Johnson, that's him?
Yeah.
Okay, would you come forward? See the state, this is state's motion for continuance. Did we get a response from Mr. Kimball?
I have a response via email.
What did you say?
I was just saying I had a response via email that he was signaling that he was unopposed.
He was on a post, okay. Okay, Mr. Johnson, your attorney, Mr. Kimball filed a continuance on your case. He asked for your case to be reset. The state is not, well, the state has filed a motion and Mr. Kimball is not opposed to the motion. So therefore, the court is going to grant the motion for continuance. You're going to get your reset. Once you get your reset, you're free to go and you have a blessed day. Okay. There you go. Let's see. So Kimball still has, that's Miss Nutter. Okay.
I think it's dismissed.
Miss Nutter is here. We already dismissed McClellan. Did we do the dismissals on McClellan? I think we did those. That was the one with Mr. Macy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Pratt, what we did on Pratt. Pratt was a JP reduction? Pratt, that was a JP reduction? Pratt was a dismissal? Because he had already, did the JP reduction, so that was dismissing
He
it.
must have brought the receipt.
Yeah. So it was already dismissed.
Mr. Hall, I'm working on yours.
So we have one case left on the
I believe.
trial docket, Tanya Nutter. No, I'm waiting for your attorney. Tom Burbank has Latrick Williams. Dowden's Kelly. Anthony Smith, did he show up? Anthony Smith, attorney name was Brian Levine
What document is it?
on the announcement docket, page 2. So the defendant has a warrant.
No, sir, I only have to show up. I don't have it on here. No.
He didn't show up? Okay. Okay, that was reset. This was,
We filed as obstructing a house, a passageway.
we should have get another case number. Did y'all get-
It's 20.
Okay.
110.
Mr. Matuska was in here on a Colton.
Yeah, he left and went to drug court.
Okay.
He has two,
Yeah, see, he has, Colton Smith and LaSudden Stevens.
yeah, she got deferred probation. From drug court.
Okay. Is she here? She was here earlier.
Going went outside.
He's on the announcement docket, page 6. Let's see, Mr. Fuente. Now, your full name is Jesus Angel D. Rafael Fuente? Okay. How you doing, Mr. Fuente?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Now, Mr. Fuente, you was here last month.
Is it?
And actually you were here on the 20th of February. At that time, you stated you wanted your case reset to hire your own attorney.
Yes, sir. I would like to ask if I can get another reset. I talked to an attorney, Jason Nix, but I need the funds to get together
How much time do you need to get the funds?
just however long you can give me, just like a month.
Okay, just give them a standard reset.
That is June 15th.
Okay, your case is reset July, you said July? To July 15th. Once you get this is the last reset for you to hire.
Is it?
Okay, so once you get your reset, you're free to go and you have a blessed, do we have bond conditions in this?
Yes.
We do? Okay. All right. Once you get your reset, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just mention Mr. Howard.
Okay. Mr. Hall. What's the, he had a refile, right? What's the case number on that?
24 and then 1103.
You said
Start off with 24.
24. You see,
1103.
and what is the charge?
Obstructing task force.
Okay. Mr. Mo, Richard Mo,
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm gonna have to let me see, that was on the pre-trial. What document is that? What you put it on the trial docket?
It's on pre-trial.
Pre-trial. Hmm. Okay. Okay, let's see. I've got the same problem on this one we had on the last one. I'm gonna have to write the statute of limitations range. You're gonna have to do a forfeiture of this statute of limitations. If that's-
Yes, only that 20 years ago. So it'd probably be that, it'll be 30 years.
Either.
You'll get a dismissal now.
Should have already submitted it.
I can let the judge.
Okay.
Yes, I'll get your copy. I can print out here, just can transfer. Instead of trying to just go back to the computer.
In that prior case you were talking about 33 years ago.
It's 33 years.
Yeah. 91. You had to be 30, yeah. I was thinking it had at least be 30.
Was burglary of motor vehicle,
Mm.
was it felony?
Okay. Okay, here we go. All right. Jefferson County Court of Law number 2 is back in session. Court is in session. In cause numbers 24CCCR 1103 and cause number M332563. Mr. Moe, your full name is Richard Joseph Moe?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Moe, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Moe, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mr. Moe, you may put your hand down. Mr. Moe, you're representing your case by your attorney, Willard Hall. Attorney Hall, do you waive a record in Mr. Moe's case?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Moe, before we go forward, Mr. Hall, how are you doing?
Doing great, Your Honor.
That's good. Now, Mr. Moe, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office today. This information alleged that you, Richard Moe, on or about September 4th, 2021, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed to Class B misdemeanor offense of obstructing a passageway or obstructing a waterway. You understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
Now, to this charge, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, no contest?
Guilty.
And Your Honor, he freely and voluntarily waives any defense he may have for statute of limitations.
Yeah, I have it in this next document. Now you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Moe, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Now, on page 2 of this document, I wrote in a paragraph that's titled Statute of Limitations Defense comes now the defendant joined by my counsel and state that I understand I have a statute of limitations defense and I forfeit my limitations defense to this charge as part of the plea agreement. Is that correct? You understand that? Now, before we go any further, I'm gonna have you to initial, you and your attorney can initial by the paragraph. Mr. Mo, also on this document, there are a set of initials on the line that is titled guilty. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes.
In these two locations, by the paragraph up here and by
Yes, sir.
the statement that states that this is you pleading guilty. Now, on the next page of the same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes.
On the next document, that's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes.
At the top of this document, there are two boxes that's checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes.
I also have a document on paper that is titled Discovery Certification. Mr. Mo, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Mo, before you signed and initialed these documents that I just showed you, did your attorney, Mr. Hall, go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you read and understand everything that Mr. Hall went over?
Yes.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Mr. Mo, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, I am. Stay up, proceed one.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objection. States exhibit number one will be admitted. Mr. Hall, you advised and counseled Mr. Mo. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, sir.
And Mr. Mo, your attorney, Mr. Hall, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes.
Has he provided fully effective and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Mr. Mo, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
For a plea of guilty in the contest, the state has offered 1 year deferred probation with a $750 fine and 80 hours community service.
So that's 1 year. What's, what's the court cost in, the obstructing case?
330.
330. Okay, Mr. Mo. The state is offering that you serve 1 year deferred adjudicated probation. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $750 plus court costs of $330. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, a urinalysis fee of $15 a month, reimbursement fee of $15. Your total monthly installments, that is a total amount that you'll be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $181 a month, will you be able to pay the $180 a month?
Yes, sir.
You will also be required to perform 80 hours of community service and adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of probation. And the state will be dismissing cause number M 332-563. Mr. Mo, do you understand the state's offers?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer is fair and just?
Yes,
And do you accept the state's offer?
yes.
Mr. Mo, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Mo, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed. It will not result in conviction on your record. And you may qualify for non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters. Now, Mr. Mo, I'm going to sign the dismissal. You'll be able to get a copy of the dismissal from our court coordinator. Please stand in front of the court coordinator. You're gonna follow the directions of the bailiff. Once you're finished following her directions, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Sudden Stevens outside? She gonna be next. That's not her.
No.
This is cause number 236 CCR 1416, case of style of state of Texas versus Colton Edward Smith. Mr. Smith, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How are you doing, Mr. Smith?
Little chilly.
Little chilly? Okay. Since that, rain came in, the temperature has dropped. Mr. Smith, you're representing the case by your attorney Ryan Matuska. Attorney Matuska, how are you doing? Okay, good morning. Now, Mr. Matuska, what is your announcement in Mr. Smith's case?
No, Mr. Smith still has a pending felony, but.
Oh, he does?
We've done this before, and I don't.
I said unfiled felony. Is it pending? Hold on a minute.
If it's not, we'd like to put it on trial now.
Okay. Do you want on the trial docket?
Well, it's pending out the same occurrence.
Yeah. Do we know whether or not they haven't accepted or refused it or
They haven't did anything. with it.
rejected it?
It was a DWI of a child passenger,
Yeah,
and it's on the same day that he has this case. They just haven't indicted him yet.
Okay.
Probably waiting on
labs, yeah.
Labs,
this guy. Yeah,
So-
it's the same day.
we're gonna reset it till we give them 60 days?
Okay.
It sounds like we have to do that's what they're waiting on.
If they wait, okay. We'll reset it. Give us a reset date.
July 24th.
Case to be reset July 2024. Mrs. Smith, your attorney is gonna get your reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Yes, sir, you too.
Next case is cause number, you can have a seat in that first chair right there on the wall. Next case is La Sudden Surprise Stevens, cause number 23 CCCR 2682. Ms. Stevens, how are you doing? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. I'm Ms. Stevens. You represent any case by your attorney Ryan Matuska, Mr. Matuska. I see that Ms. Stevens, she has a felony or had a felony?
She just went over there and fled, Your Honor.
Oh, so they reset it for PSI
She got probation.
today?
Yep.
Okay, so
Different probation.
what are y'all doing on this case?
Your Honor, I just talked to Mr. Cadena, and he said he was gonna consider sending over the dismissal, like maybe it was part of the plea bargain, I don't know. But Erica didn't have that message yet, so if we could reset it for a couple of weeks.
That's what they said.
And I overheard that conversation, so I'm trying to get that information from Mr. Cadena. I think they may be picking a jury
That's
there.
correct.
So as soon as I get the information, if it is a dismissal, state will be submitting dismissal in the case.
Okay, so let's
2 weeks.
reset it 2 weeks. Yeah. Now, Ms. Stevens, if the state get confirmation that this case is gonna be dismissed, they're gonna dismiss it today. Okay, so that means you won't have to come back in 2 weeks. But if they don't dismiss it by our next court date, then you have to be here.
Yes.
Okay? Give her, you say 2 weeks? We'll reset for 2 weeks. And stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. All right. They'll let you know, your attorney will let you know whether or not it's been dismissed.
Probation to no control.
Yeah, so it'll be open in the next 18 minutes. Okay, by the time you get over there, they'll probably be open. It's just right down the street. All right, so Ms. Stevens, you free to go? And you have a blessed day.
Let me get you reset.
Yeah, she'll give you reset.
Crazy.
Is that Mr. Frank Scott? That Carla Zavala? Okay, this is cause number M 326-886. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Tu Van Nguyen. Tu Van Nguyen was scheduled to be in court this morning for the court's pretrial conference docket at 9 a.m. At or about 9 a.m. The court's bailiff called the name of Tu Van Nguyen at the courthouse door. Tu Van Nguyen did not answer. Tu Van Nguyen has not appeared in court since the court has been in session. The time now is 12:59, or just say 1 o'clock p.m. on today's date of April 29th, 2024. Ms. Bailiff, would you please call the name of Tu Nguyen at the courthouse door? Tu Nguyen. Tu Van Nguyen. Tu Van Nguyen name was just called at the courthouse door. Tu Van Nguyen did not answer. A reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Nguyen an opportunity to appear in court. He has not appeared in court. State, do you have a motion?
State moves for bond forfeiture.
That motion will be granted. Tu Van Nguyen's bond will be forfeited and warrant shall be issued for his arrest in cause number M 326-886. Next case is cause number M 330-969. Case is styled the state of Texas versus John Truman Henry Jr. John Truman Henry Jr. was scheduled to be in court this morning at 9 a.m. At or about 9 a.m. The court's bailiff called the name of John Truman Henry Jr. John Truman Henry Jr. did not answer. He has not appeared in court since the court has been in session. The time now is 1:01 p.m. on today's date of April 29, 2024. Ms. Bailiff, would you please call the name of John Truman Henry Jr.? John Truman Henry Jr.
Seaman 30 is the one that Seaman 30 is the one that received title picks.
Okay, John Henry was
He's the one that received that.
scheduled to be in court. His name was just called again by the court's bailiff. He did not answer. A reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Henry an opportunity to appear in court. He has not appeared in court. State, do you have a motion?
State moves for bond forfeiture.
That motion will be granted. John Henry's bond will be forfeited. Warrant should be issued for his arrest and cause number M 330-969. We're going to the announcement docket. Next case on page 2 of the announcement docket is cause number 23CCR0674. Case of South State of Texas versus Anthony Deshawn Smith. Anthony Smith was scheduled to be in court this morning at 9 a.m. At or about 9 a.m. The court's bailiff called the name of Anthony Smith at the courthouse door. Anthony Smith did not answer. Anthony Smith has not appeared in court since the court has been in session. The time now is 1:03 p.m. on today's date, April 29, 2024. Ms. Bailiff, would you please call the name of Anthony Smith at the courthouse door? Okay, Anthony Smith's name was just called at the courthouse door. Anthony Smith did not answer. A reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Smith an opportunity to appear in court. He has not appeared in court. State, do you have a motion?
State moves for bond forfeiture.
That motion will be granted. Next case is cause number M 330-096. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Frederick Harden. It's on page 7. Frederick Harden's was scheduled to be in court this morning at 9 a.m. At about 9 a.m. The court's bailiff called the name of Frederick Harden at the courthouse door. Frederick Harden did not answer. Frederick Harden has not appeared in court since the court has been in session. Ms. Bailiff, would you please call the name of Frederick Harden at the courthouse door. Frederick Harden's name was just called again at the courthouse door. Frederick Harden did not answer. A reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Harden an opportunity to appear in court. He has not appeared in court. State, do you have a motion?
State moves for bond forfeiture.
That motion will be granted. Frederick Harden's bond will be forfeited and warrant shall be issued for his arrest and cause number M330096. Next case is cause number 24CCC R0578 on page 8. The case is styled the state of Texas versus Donald Ray Taylor Jr. Donald Taylor was scheduled to be in court this morning at 9 a.m. At or about 9 a.m. Of course, we had to call the name of Donald Taylor at the courthouse door. Donald Taylor did not answer. Donald Taylor has not appeared in court since the court has been in session. The time now is 12:05 a.m. p.m. on today's date. Miss Bailiff, would you please call the name of Donald Taylor at the courthouse door?
Donald Taylor. Donald Taylor.
Okay, Donald Taylor name was just called again at the courthouse door. Donald Taylor did not answer. Donald Taylor has not appeared in court since the court has been in session. Reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Taylor an opportunity to appear in court. He has not appeared in court. State, do you have a motion?
State moves for bond forfeiture.
That motion will be granted. Donald Taylor's bond will be forfeited and the warrant should be issued for his arrest. And cause number 24CCCR 0578. And this will conclude the calling of the court's trial docket, the pretrial conference docket, and the announcement docket. All three dockets in County Court at Law number 3. I think we have one case left on the trial docket, waiting for Mr. Mike Kimler to appear, and then that will be a bench trial. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
At this point, given the fact that it's one.
Yeah, we can go. Y'all can go to lunch. Yeah, we can. We'll reconvene again at 2. See if we should hear a word from him at least by that time. Right.
I gotta go.
Um,